Morning. David Damon, I'm the president of Montgomery County Board of Election. I'm joined this morning by Board Secretary Tommy Cover, Board Member Diane Dillon, Board Member Tina Onion, and Board Member Marty Bellotto. Thank you for coming back. How many of you were here 2 days ago? Okay, thank you for continuing to come back. We will not be in this room 2 days from now. We will be in this room 3 days. In other words, we will be here on Saturday. We will not be here on Friday. We will let you know as it gets closer what next week looks like. My understanding is that we have, and of course, we can see whether my memory is any good. He only told me in the last 2 minutes, so we'll see whether I can remember. 14,000 mail-in ballots roughly left to be counted, and roughly 20,000 provisional ballots left. So we can kind of sense the end of the tunnel. I'm not sure we can see it yet, but we kind of know we're getting a little bit closer. And could not have done it without all of you in this room. So thank you very much once again for doing that for us. I want to acknowledge Rich Wilkinson. Rich, raise your hand, please. So Rich is in the back over here. So Rich has given me some suggestions about improvements for our process, which I plan to share with the board and the staff. I make no promises as to what gets implemented or not, because I'm one member of 7, et cetera, et cetera. But I do appreciate getting input from folks like you, all of you who have been part of the process, who have seen what you've seen. Obviously, we operate within the limits of what the federal, state laws say, regulations say, state board election policies. They can tell us what to do in case you're not probably all familiar with that, but the state board can literally tell us what to do. But we do want to get, as you know, we do really seriously and honestly appreciate the feedback. So if anyone has more to provide, we're happy to receive it. I am told that there is no one here today who is a first timer, but if you are a first timer, raise your hand. Oh, we have one first timer?
One of Canvas Superstars.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
I just got one. I swear.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I was, my information was at least 60 seconds old. So, I appreciate your view. I think that's all I have for this morning. We have no guest speakers this morning. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, that's sure. Thank you all for being here. If you find yourself coming down with something, please feel free to take the day off. Let us know in advance if you can. You know, try and allow us to continue to make the great progress that we're making. We would really like to be done before Thanksgiving. Some of you may recall, if you were here in the past, that we're not always done before Thanksgiving. In fact, we are frequently certifying the result on November 30th, which is pretty much the last day for us to do so before the Board of Education takes office on December 1. We'd like to not necessarily press the envelope quite that hard. So, so it's great that everyone's here. If you're not feeling well, please, you know, feel free to take measures to not share with everybody else. I want all of you to be able to come back. I also want all of you to be able to enjoy the days in between campus and not with us. So, thank you very much. We're passing the course.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
There are no numbers to add after the so they've covered all the numbers for today. Just a small remark. Yes, we are still canvassing. We do hope that we will finish before the Thanksgiving. We would like to finish before Thanksgiving for sure, but the speed cannot be a reason to jeopardize the quality of the work that we do. We are already fast, and I mentioned last time, we have so many more ballots compared to other counties, and we are ahead of them. It's not that all other counties have certified and we are last, they have. We only have 50,000-60,000 more than that, we are still running ahead, so. Let's keep the quality where it needs to be, and I hope that we will wrap this all up before the Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So we're gonna do 3 different things today. We're gonna do provisionals in full, which we've done in the past. Provisionals in part, and the rest of the main ballots that we brought in today, and they are again web heavy. Provisionals in full. Remember to check the what they were issued, what they voted. What's inside matches that number. If it does not, raise your hand and we'll take it from you, okay? Then you'll do the process the way you were doing it before. If there's a little half sheet of paper on it, make sure that you ask for the ballot that's on that half sheet and duplicate that ballot onto that. Take one of those little half sheets and staple it to the original ballot. Not the one to be scanned, but the original ballot. We have some people stapling it to that one. And we can't have holes in those ballots, so they scan through. Okay, make sure you count at the end. These are all being counted, and we have been very tired, so if you're off a number, make sure you count them at the very beginning. If you're off a number, just let us know and we'll fix the number on the sheet. Okay, is there any questions for in full?
What about you?
We'll keep the oath inside. If you see any other papers like the IDs, or there is that not the assistance form will stay in, but the other form, the update form, the voter update form that sometimes is in there, go ahead and take that out so we can process that once it's registration for you.
And what were you saying about the IDs?
If there's any ID inside, take that out too, but the oath, leave it in the pocket. Okay? Okay, so now for in part. For in part, you're gonna do the same thing at the beginning, you're gonna count all of them to make sure you have the same amount that we gave you. You're gonna look at the ballot style voted and ballot style issued to make sure the number matches the ballot that's inside. If it does not match, raise your hand and we'll take that from you, okay? If it does match for those, every single one of the in parts has to be duplicated, okay? There are 2 different types of in parts. There is in part in county, which on the front part of the instructions, that's what the little half sheet of paper will look like. And then there's the in part out of county, which on the second page, that's what that little half sheet of paper will look like. Okay, for the in county ones, they look just like the accepted in full one. It'll tell you what ballot style they need to be transferred onto. You'll ask for that ballot and you'll go ahead and duplicate it onto that ballot. You'll do your duplication the same as you do for everything else. Stamp the original, highlight both of them, okay? For the out of county ones, it does not tell you what ballot style is needed for those. It just tells you what congressional district the voter is allowed to vote. Because for out of county, we don't have their county ballots. So we'll give you a Montgomery County ballot with the congressional district that they are eligible to vote for. If it says NA, which is the last category on that sheet, that means they don't get to vote for any of the congressional districts that we have. So the ballot style that you'll get is a ballot style that is not the congressional district that they voted, so you can't mistakenly mark that in there, okay? You're gonna do the same thing, count them at the beginning, count them at the end, make sure you have your, all your numbers in this little sheet before we pick them. Does anybody have any questions for in parts?
So it's only the congressional district, not the judges, not the board of education that are issued.
Yes, so on this, if you look at the sheet, it says President, U.S. Senator, Representative Congress, and then it has the districts. It says judges in question 1. So all that will go onto them. The only thing that differs is the congressional district, and it'll be circled the one that they can vote. Anybody else?
So. It's casual. And county.
That's why this, I can't hear what the question is.
County, they can also fill up the president, right?
Yes, so the sheet says exactly what they can vote for, and all, if you look at page 2 of the thing, it says President, US Senator, Representative Congress, and then the Congress one will be circled which district they can vote in. And then the judges and the question 1. Those little sheets of paper are white, okay? And on the yellow sheet, for all the in parts, it's gonna say AIP at the very top, right corner. So you'll know you're getting it in part. The in fulls will say AIF for accepted in full. Anybody else?
Only some of them.
Will we have 3 in the first, or you want to give us clearly in the beginning, the particular fact?
So I'm gonna pass out all the accepted in full first. We're gonna finish all of that. Then, once that's done and passed out, I'm gonna pass out the accepted part. I don't wanna mix them both together. So that you finish accepted full, you'll finish accepted part, and then you go on to the mailing ones. So when you're getting these, the accepted full or the accepted part that needs to be duplicated. Make sure that you're looking at the ballot styles that are needed. They might all be the same, they might all be different. Okay, so don't assume they're all the same. Look at each sheet before you ask for the ballots.
On the first page, in the middle, there's a statement that says the in part provincial ballots.
So that's a typo. It's supposed to say provisional.
The ballot style voting, the ballot style required, it's always different. Could you explain that a little bit more?
So accepted in part, for a ballot to be in part, the ballot style that they received at the polling place is going to be different than the ballot style they needed to vote, they are required to vote on. Always gonna be different.
So you're a Frederick County voter, you come and vote in Montgomery County. That will be a provisional accepted part because you can vote for those races that you could vote for if you were in Frederick County, which in that case would not include the judges, would not include the county. The judges are included? Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's 2 different kinds of judges. The circuit court judges are Montgomery County judges. The state judges are state judges. That's good. Pardon me for being vague. Okay, if you're a Frederick County voter, you come to Montgomery County, you vote in Montgomery County, you're going to be able to vote in the 6th congressional district because you're in the 6th congressional district, even though you don't live in Montgomery County. You will not be able to vote for Montgomery County Board of Education because you don't live in Montgomery County. So, but that means by definition, if it's an accepted part, that the ballot is going to be different because there's something in that ballot that doesn't match where they live. Same thing is true if you live in Silver Spring and you know, if you vote on election day and you vote in Congressional District 6 and you live in Silver Spring, which is Congressional District 8, you don't get an opportunity to vote in Congressional District 6 because you took, I'm sorry, Congressional District 8 because you voted in Congressional District 6.
So,
That's why we are accepting it in part.
and then you guys will determine which ballot style we have to use for that circumstance.
Yes, so when we do the research back at the office, all of that is put down on those little sheets. So when you see the little sheet with the ballot style, they've already done the research to find out what they are supposed to be voting on.
And that's what your request.
Correct. Always request what's on the little half sheet. Anybody else have a?
I hope we can clarify, the appellate judges are the yes, no judges, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
let's take two different scenarios. So let's take David's scenario, right? Okay, so if the question we may have is, they could vote in the 6th congressional district. Okay, so they would be able to vote that. They would not be able, however, to vote any local Montgomery County race. So what would that be? That would be Board of Education. It would be the circuit court judges. Okay, it would be question A. Because those are all purely local Montgomery County questions. They do not appear on any other county's ballot. Now, of course, if it's in Montgomery County, really the real question you're gonna have is, can you count the congressional race? Because if they're in Montgomery County, they're entitled to vote every other race. They're entitled to vote for the Montgomery County Circuit Court judges. They're entitled to vote for the Board of Education. They're entitled to vote. So really, we're looking at the congressional race for those that are in parts in Montgomery County. Okay, so that's really sort of the difference between. Now, it's raised in terms of the appellate judges. All of the appellate judges we have are appellate judges at large, which means that they are judges that are elected throughout the state of Maryland. So Arthur, Albright, and Leahy are all at-large judges, so you would count them regardless of whether it's someone who's in part from Montgomery County or an in part that's from some other county, because they appear on everyone's ballot as an at-large judge on our appellate court of Maryland.
Now, I was just trying to
Yeah.
point out, they're the ones, you can tell them apart, because they're the yes, no judges.
Correct, yes. Does that make it, anyone have any questions about it? At least mentally, that's the way I look at it.
I'll just add one more thing and then pass it to Michelle, which is whatever I said about Frederick, the same thing applies to Prince George's. If you have someone from Prince George's who votes in Montgomery County, they still could vote. We do have Montgomery County precincts that have the 4th congressional district. So they'll get an opportunity to vote in the 4th congressional district. There's actually a handful of voters in the 8th congressional district, but it's very surprising to get it. That's a possibility as well. The same thing applies. The elections that they're eligible to vote for, that's the ones that you'll be filling in the county elections.
Now, these, you don't have to figure out which ones are in county and out of county. The paper that is attached to them is completely different. The in-county one basically just gives you what ballot style it is. The out-of-county one tells you what they can vote for. And it's all listed on that paper.
Right, can you answer the question?
Stand up, please.
When we get that part of the attached form, that circle, when we duplicate that ballot, do we only duplicate that portion of the ballot?
Okay, so if you look at page 2 of the instructions. Can everybody look at that page, please? For out of county, you'll be duplicating everything that's on that half sheet of paper. And if the congressional district matches one of the ones that we have, the 4, 6, or 8, it'll be circled. If one of the counties does not match one of those congressional districts, the NA at the very end will be circled. So that means no congressional district for that, but everything else that's on that half sheet of paper is, they're eligible to vote for. I'm sorry? Yes. Thank you.
Another question.
There was another one.
Stand up, please.
I can speak louder. We are taking the backs out when we find them in the envelope site. I think there was originals, is that right?
No, so all you're taking out is any voter update forms, any ID, and the ballot. Everything else will stay in the application.
You said that,
The backs, no, that'll stay in.
There were some of them that had the back to them.
You're talking about the BMT ballot or the backs? She's talking about the backs. That stays in. That's not the ballots.
there's some data of 2 days. And included with the ballot, the voter application or the little paper thing in their application that was not taken out of your position. If we see that, what should we do with it? We need to say that.
That stays in the application, because when they're gonna go through them again, they'll get them. Because we still have to go through every one of the applications once they're empty.
Any IDs that are pulled out of the envelope, do we put the voter ID on that?
Yes, any IDs that you find, please put the voter ID number on them. So, Ken asked if they found, if you guys found any voter IDs inside, utility bills, driver's licenses, anything like that. Put the voter ID number on that for us, please.
Set it.
And set it at the top of your table, we'll go around and collect those. And that goes for all the mail-in ballots also, same thing. Anybody else have any other questions about anything?
Or in part of our county, we attach the white sheet to the original ballot.
Yes. Right? Yeah, it's gonna be the same process as all the other ones, there should be 2 sheets for each one, you take one off and attach it to the original ballot. Okay, thank you guys.
No. You're not right. Sorry, I can't do it. Thank you. Got to come, wasn't there, for 7 minutes. And I grouped them, at least 3 different things. And you get answers. I just put all those other sheets together. Right. It's very fun to go. Because I really. That's probably. I know. 40, 50. Yeah. And I was trying to help, but I feel. If I thought, I know the answer.
I need to talk to somebody about this. So.
We want some beer. Tell us what we can vote for. It's not really complicated anymore. They are. It's running down. It's all the way up. I was trying to go back there. Family was very. I can't, and I'm not deaf. Yeah, so. Although, this would be better, I think. We did one place, that's not citizen. In town. We need to flat, so you take 100% of what's going on. Am I correct? Okay, we did one.
It's some
out there.
with pay. Much
Okay, how are we gonna?
You get it straightened out.
That was 1,000. And you can only vote for.
This one is there as well, right? So you're gonna get a different ballot style and you're just gonna transfer, like, okay, it's gonna have Republican, it's gonna have US Senator. It probably won't have, that's right. So if it doesn't have Representative, it's gonna go. Yes, yes. Yeah, what actually?
Still got nothing to show. Sure. Valid.
Might not say the names on the ballot. Yeah, basically. Everything on the way this, and then you're gonna stay home. Once you get started, it'll be very, like,
Not next to that. Judgment. If it was not. Numbers you wrote down. Issue against.
Yeah.
And in the case of the BMD, that's not.
Right, so can you say, this now issue balance don't match?
On the inside. Yeah, we have to see about it. So we have to stop it. If it takes. And in that case, it could not.
Actually, the picture match the inside, it's the same amount of the actual thing, which would be great.
Yeah, so on the inflows that.
Okay, let's take a look at these.
Yeah. Right. So that's good. So in action, right. So maybe when we get our set, we can double check on it. No, that makes sense. We got a list of balance sheets. Yes. Fix it up, I said earlier. Yeah, I know. You're doing it. So.
Hey, what do you want to talk about? It works for me, just put it in my secretary. Just make sure I have the flyer and it's including in my inbox.
Make sure that you're not talking here. And it does see the more senior comes. I see it. Once we get it system out. Oh, I didn't say that. Where did we hide on this? Do you have a question? Oh, I think he does a bunch of it. There you go. Hey, I need to have it. And then get to the internet, see radiation message that goes on. Yeah. All right, my next. Slow, with my gun, slow, but it's not working hard. Great, I get it. And though I think I'll be back with some. Thank you. Yeah. This, but these are my stuff. You wanna start with? Yeah, these are- And where So. And then you. This is. He did. Yes, sir. That's right. Yeah.
Just one.
So. Not our, I'm not sure if somebody wrote wrong. Sorry. Right. Yes. Turns out. To get balance with the table. I'm still a question. And, you know, Yeah, well, I make it the appointment. You look at it. You know, but then what? We'll see whether Medicare starts paying for experimental therapies. No problem. Very careful to do it. Right, it's either a confirmation of it is Thank you.
No. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
roll call, I did. Yes. It was very great. I just had to go back to the post office. The trip to the post office and back to the office. No. There's one in Birmingham. It's 7 minutes away. And they even had a place where you could drive level. So I didn't have to get out of the home. No. Well, very unusual. Because when you see mail, like it's still we're the ones at the post office. Right, they now have a lot of people they have a lot more screening of what goes there. And at the post office, it's even harder.
Yeah.
I'm taking my chance, John. I didn't have a choice. No, you have to be below the threshold. This is some of my mother's stuff. And it's above the threshold. I use it on my thing. Every other. Yeah. Well, the law firm that I, it's stage, they have a relationship with the bank located in their building. The legal bank doesn't pay very much. Everybody. So, the ability to move money and we one of the systems that I'm doing. So I said to myself, I'm just gonna have that income is check. Yeah. So, on the other hand, I think it's weird, when you don't tell the chiefs. And then when you learn. Read was to take it forward, and those guys behind, in the time scene, whether it was different. So I'll give you an example. It's very same, it's very same check. Yes. Yes. We've frequently one that I think is today. No, you just learn it. All it takes is someone to tell you. I think I had a relative who told me about this. Well, I'm gonna tell you the story that goes with it. So. All right. No, feel free. All right. Today. So that's not it. Here. So this is the veil that's addressed in my home, and then it shows you the pictures. So that's one, that's two, and that's three. Okay, now here's the part that's a little bit odd. Here's the part that's odd. These will most likely, but not necessarily be right. Because the check that I was positive today. I got the informed delivery for it last week, Thursday, and it didn't show up until yesterday. So it's not 100% that's going to show up that moment. Sometimes it doesn't. That's the part I would like to know. Okay, what happens?
Yeah, together something together.
Right.
Delivery.
Right. Again, it's like I'm saying, they open their mouth. You know, and why did it take so long? And that is one.
Yeah. Right.
That's literally the answer.
And so.
All right, let's find out. Looking at it now to wait for it. Looks like it's delivery. Must be outside. I'll send you. It's not perfect, but it's not. So, Also, yeah, you can hold your veil and all that. The other thing is that if you are waiting for, I reported that. Not having the next day, there's. I don't know if I don't know if that was false effect or if that was.
Yeah.
But I frankly don't care because I got,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, I mean, what do you have? Maybe I think it's way back there on top of the ballot. Somebody walking over to us and trying to get to us. You never asked. You never asked. I just wanted to solve it once. And for all. Wrong number. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna improve on that. You can do this. Do that. Instead of just admiring the problem. There you go. Well, there's difference.
Just for smile. I'm using professional spaces. Thank
Rick Valley.
Yeah, so these are the ones that are in parts. Second steps that Michelle talked about.
So.
Right, so this is the people who maybe are outside of that.
Okay, so we're having white sheets on each one. All right.
So it's gonna slow down and say it out loud.
Please, 25, and that's. Right. Are these all the same, they're gonna be all the same data? Is this how that other counties work? Right. Right. That usually counts as Montgomery, and they went to a polling place in Montgomery. You know, I mean, in the 60s, and it goes up in the house, and then shoots out there. You know, somebody pregnant will come down on somebody else. Wow. So how far out does the 60s go? Right, I know it has that weird thing shoots out to the.
Have fun.
All right, yeah, go careful.
Yeah.
As they say, play hard.
It's okay, you'll be great.
Will be fun. Okay. No. No, they're just 10 to 5. Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah. This is. So we just watch it. So. Our rule set. Right, but you know the judge. So different. We only give them these. We help. And not.
Correct, so you know the BS one.
We have a stack. We're going to need one.
You're gonna need more.
Yes. Did you work Saturday out? We need to go there and swim and jump on. Water is kind of like the rice. Yes, they are. Yes, that we don't do I'm not understanding it. All right. Right. Have to move here. You can start. That, right? So. You want to. Two. I already did that. I haven't. Now we're gonna start talking these big corner. Oh, you don't have to me, right? Ready? So that's the one. Number again. Thank you. So. Yes, yes. For those. They voted. City is part of the city. Different from you, they couldn't go to support you. Ballot with the rights representative. Sure we will. I haven't looked, but I'm sure we will. Yep, we're not gonna start before 1 o'clock. Oh, thank you, sir.
No, you don't have the one that.
Okay, so once it's not managed, we don't work it.
That's.
Yes.
You could get off the train.
Everything else, there's two. That's these two. Just the two. Design of around. Other parts. So please look at.
Okay, well.
Thank you. She gave us. Oh, let me see his line. I guess so. Sorry. They're all gonna be gathered around this. All right,
Me too. Oh gosh, no, oh gosh, yeah, no, take care of that. Hi. Wow. Okay, so let's take this back. This goes back to health. Sorry about.
Getting there.
Turn this off.
Yes.
And when you plug it in. Okay, ready when you are, Kevin. Okay. No, I wasn't gonna say anything to Diane. Not yet. I'm gonna wait for an opening, Diane. I'm gonna wait for an opening. If you want to move closer, Margie, you can. You're not. Okay. I think you're good. Okay. Although at the moment we can see your arms and legs only.
Oh.
It's okay. Whatever you want, Margie. Yeah, you can move a little bit further forward if you, there you go. There you go. That's good. That's good. That's good. Well, he moves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he moves.
But somehow I managed to stay behind it.
Okay, this first one is out of,
Yeah, except for we know.
0902, should have been voting in 06, 03, and there's no ballot. Excuse me.
We can't figure out who that is.
All right.
No ballot,
No ballot.
okay,
Okay. You have a motion?
move it's jacket on the grounds that it doesn't exist.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane seconds. Moved it. Let's vote. Margie, Diane, Tina, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. You can have the next motion, Patty.
Okay, this is, it's out of 0902. Obviously, it's an accepting poll. There is, for your consideration, the race for the president. They have decided they don't like the circuit 6, and they changed it to 5, but they have not voted for anyone. They have,
That's a new one. They literally crossed out 6 and wrote 5. Oh my gosh. Okay.
they have filled out C for Albright, C for Arthur. Poor Judge Leahy got nothing.
Is this is this a voter who's an out of county voter?
Nope.
And there's,
They should have been voting in 0907. They were voting in 0902.
Okay, so they're not actually in the 5th
judicial circuit or whatever.
No.
Okay,
So the issue is vote for president. And then for the two of the at-large judges.
okay, so, oh, I see. So this is what the vote for president looks like. They circled the number one where it says vote for one. And there is an X that is not within the circle. And then all right, so for the judges, they seem to have circled the words C. Yeah, well, the Spanish version.
Oh, got it.
And I guess that's it, because on the back of the ballot, they've done nothing.
No, I don't see anything.
No, I don't see anything. So basically, those two, I'll go this way this time.
Okay,
So it's this. And this. And this.
nothing else.
And nothing else is marked. Well, they circled the number 6 for District 6, but they didn't put a candidate. They circled vote for one for US Senate, but they didn't pick a candidate. I mean, circling the number of the race or the number of people you vote for does not indicate a preference for a candidate. At least in my view. This one, and this one. And you can see what they did with the other ones, but I don't think they mean anything as far as picking a candidate. It's those two and that one.
Oh, there's an X there.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go with those two. I think with that. I agree.
I think it's a vote. Just say it.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a vote.
That's a vote.
Yeah.
Any guidance? I guess kind of guidance is here.
Well, it's an X within the box. It's not an X within the circle. Okay. You have a motion?
Be counted.
Well, you're moving just one race at a time?
Well, I'm not quite. And the two markings circling C be counted as yes.
For Arthur and Albright.
Right, for
Arthur.
Albright and Arthur, right. Yeah, sure.
I think those are all voted.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the marking for Kamala Harris be considered a vote and that the circling of the word C be considered a yes vote for both Judge Albright and Judge Arthur. Is there any discussion? Okay, Margie, Ami, Diane.
These are clearly to me. I just don't want to be held to what you did it last time.
You're going to be held till you did it last time if you do it. I mean, it's a vote. I don't see how it's not a vote. There's no indication that the person is trying not to vote. But anyway, we'll skip you.
Yeah.
Tina. Okay, I vote aye. Diane, moment of truth.
Okay. So prior practice is sort of what we're going at here.
You think, yeah, that you've done in the past.
We've definitely counted votes like that in the past.
Yeah.
If they had put the word yes, we certainly would have counted it.
You're striving for consistency across the board.
Right. Right. The only reason that we would not count it, in my opinion, is if you think this X was an attempt to say no, not an attempt to say yes. But given that they didn't mark anything else, and given the strange way in which they marked the rest of the ballot, I don't see how we could conclude that it's anything other than a yes.
Considering it's like a little sketchy on other stuff. In the totality of this, I'll say.
Okay, it is unanimous.
Thank you for the indulgence.
Okay. 130.
Okay, I'll do that.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
No, more coming, it sounds like.
Been-
We're unanimous so far.
Yeah. I'll run it over. That's so beautiful. Waiting.
Yeah. Do this correctly. Okay, this is a voter from 0503. They were supposed to vote in 0503. They voted in 053 ballots, so
Sorry, they voted an 05.
3 ballots. This, their application doesn't need to be with their ballot if it's only a voter intent question.
Okay.
And so the question is, in US Senate.
Okay, here is what it looks like for US Senate. US Senate.
Okay.
Diana, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we accept this as a vote for Larry Hogan in the Senate race.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any discussion? Okay, Tina, Diane, Ami, Margie, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
Okay. This is in 0926. Board of Education District 2.
Okay. This is what it says for Board of Education District 2. Yes. What is the correct response to this ballot? Yes. The fun is coming your way. Don't worry.
Oh, good, the suspense is building.
But the other one is not filled. And then the other one is filled. I mean, it's written in, but no circle. So yet another permutation. I think I know what I would do. But I am awaiting everybody's opportunity for review here. Yeah, I think I know where I'm going with this. I wonder whether you and I are going in the same direction. No, let's not. Let's not. I'm gonna let you go first and I'm gonna see whether we can agree. Okay. Okay, so the floor is open. I'm not gonna ask for a motion yet. I'm just gonna ask for a conversation. And Kina, we can start with you. Yeah.
Consideration of decisions made by this board shall be made. I do believe that this would be a vote for Allison, and there's enough demarcation there, and also for the fact that there is a write-in, but not a complete circle. The simplest route for accepting this ballot would be for
Oh, well, we are gonna spawn. Okay. Okay, anyone else care to offer an opinion? Well, I'm gonna spar with you too.
Give it to anybody.
Well, that's where I'm going. Right, where I'm going with this is, we have accepted votes for write-ins without the circle being filled in. And this person did write in Brenda Diaz. We have accepted and have always accepted partially filled in circles for candidates. In this case, they've done both. If it had been for the same person, that would have been easy. But in this case, it's for different people. I would consider it to either be an overvote or a non-vote. That's kind of where I was going. where I was going with it. I do see your perspective that they correctly filled in one place and they incorrectly filled in another place. But to me, I don't think that their intent is clearly shown to vote for Natalie Zimmerman if they filled in Brenda Diaz's name,
Vice versa.
or vice versa.
Trouble that doesn't look like him. That seems like such an obvious donut hole that I can't imagine somebody would have done that. Given that all the other ones are rather largely filled in, I mean, large beyond the margins. And so I
We have- we-
absolutely can't tell. And I'm going,
We have counted less. We are required, I believe, by the instructions to count if it's half full or more. I have not done the magnifying glass to see whether it's half full or more, but to me, it's certainly enough
yeah,
to cast.
because it's a donut. No, you can't tell if it's.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever the case, to me, it's enough of an indicator that I would consider it to be not a vote for either one, I guess is the way I would put it, or a vote for both. It doesn't matter which one, right?
I think it just screams ambiguity. I move that we rule that we cannot tell what the voters intent is.
On this particular race.
Okay.
Okay, you want to say anything? You're the only one who hasn't. You don't have to. It's up to you.
I had initially agreed with Tina that it was a vote for Natalie Zimmer because it wasn't filled in where the name was written. But I don't think they really filled in Natalie Zimmerman that much at second glance. So I think like I could agree that it's not just because the voter intent isn't clear.
Okay, any other comments? All right. Oh, yeah, so it's been moved and seconded that it be,
Treat it as
on-
an
on-
overvote for purposes of efficiency.
Yes.
okay, we will treat it as an overvote for purposes of efficiency, but essentially the motion is that we are unable to discern the intent. I think that's but well, what was your motion?
My motion, we could not determine the voter's intent.
Okay. If it's not to determine the intent, then the question that Kevin is going to ask is it okay to simply fill in two of them so that it results in an overvote, or do they have to duplicate it in order to make it blank? Okay,
Process on that. Yeah, that's a process.
okay,
See,
okay.
the ones that don't need to be duplicated, I highlight, so when they go through these, they know they don't have to pull the ballot.
Right, we're gonna save paper, we're gonna save time, et cetera, but the motion is that we are not able to determine the intent of the voter on this race. Do I have that correct? Everyone understands? Okay, Ari, Margie, Diane, Tina. I vote aye. It is 4-1, cannot determine intent.
Okay, under your careful supervision,
Under our careful supervision, we are watching Kevin fill in the circles. By the way, there's no one who fills in circles more completely and faster than Kevin Karpinski. He has a good pen, but he also has 20+ years of experience.
now let me go ahead. I will mark this. It's ballot style 157.
So you think that the intent is clear for Natalie Zimmerman? Wow. So why do you think they wrote Brenda Diaz's name? I don't think the state has an example like the one we just saw where no, not the donut. The write-in for a different candidate for the person who is, because we have two things going there. We have a 2-candidate race we have a marking for one candidate, we have a write-in for the other candidate without the circle being filled in. I don't think I don't think the state guidance anticipates that scenario.
And I'm further persuaded by, because to me, I never like it. I've never been big on the half-filled.
Yeah, well,
Because I'm always asking you.
I,
guys
I,
for
I,
five
I,
and a half.
I disagree with you about that one.
Yeah, no, it's, and the guidance is, it's half full,
No, the guidance is if it's half full, it must be a vote.
right,
If it's less than half full, it's still up to the board to determine.
Yeah.
The guidance does not say that it can't be a vote if it's less than half.
yeah,
full.
no, it's saying what you said.
Right, because obviously we've done check marks, we've done X's, we've
Yeah.
done circles in the instructions.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
always get that half-filled thing. I know I'm historically asking you guys to remind me what we have to do. I don't think that way.
Go about.
No ballot, no ballot.
Yep. I'm actually rejected on your, I'll get it into ballot.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all right, Margie, Ami, Diane, Tina, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
Yeah.
Diane, there's so many things that we can't fathom.
Yeah. It's so hard.
We had,
Or less fathomable
we
than
have 6 provisional rejects from voters who do not live in Maryland, who came to the polls to vote.
Wait, was I?
No, not yet. It's coming to you on Saturday. I mean, I had this yesterday.
State?
Correct,
State?
correct.
Yeah.
Out of states,
You know what?
a couple from DC.
Can I tell you what I would be inclined to do at that point? Check the voter registration in the states they belong in and see if they live there. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah.
It says nothing. Yeah, they don't accept it. I'm on a whole nother reason.
Well, you are, but our job does not include that.
Right.
What I wanted to do is to say, what on earth are we telling these voters? Because we're probably saying to them, oh, sure, vote provisionally. And because that's the instruction in general, but especially for the, for the DC voters who could have left and gone and voted in DC.
No, but this.
You know.
But I know at the political table, people are being told so as to diffuse any possible.
Yes.
Disruption.
Yes, they are.
You can fill out.
Yes, they are. But Diane, the vast majority of people who try to vote in that fashion are trying to vote once. They're not trying to vote twice. And it's just a matter of convenience. And they show up and we're not saying to them,
Right.
oh, you can't vote here.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
04067.
Okay. Whoops. Hang on a second. Thank you. I need to show it on here. Okay, 0406 for the Senate race. That is what it looks like. I'll start over here. Is there a motion?
And this, looking at the Senate, what's the issue, the Senate?
The Senate. Ami just moved that it be counted as a vote for Larry Hogan. Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Okay, Margie, Ami, Diane, Tina, and I vote aye. It is unanimously a vote for Larry Hogan.
This is a voter that should have been voting in 05-19. They voted in 05-23.
That would be the Pricer Center.
Circuit Court judges.
Okay. Your motion,
Mr. President,
Diane.
maybe I might, I move we count this as a vote for Louis Leibowitz.
And only Louis Leibowitz? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I'm interested in the views of my colleagues on whether the marking for Jennifer Fairfax has any other explanation other than being a vote, given that it's a vote for four.
I have a theory.
It is completely within the circle. It is apparently marked in pen. You know, it's far less than the others, but we've had that before.
I don't think that was meant to be a. You what I mean? I don't think it's meant to be a vote. I don't think so. I don't either. The others, all the other votes are so clearly precise.
Well, but remember, we've had votes that have been not clearly marked, along with other votes that were clearly marked that we have counted before.
Yeah. I would-
Anyway, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make a motion and I'm gonna make an amendment to your motion and it can either rise or fall as it seems fit. I will move to amend your motion to also count the vote for Jennifer Fairfax.
Okay, so we need it.
Is there a second?
Peter?
My motion is to also count the vote for Jennifer Fairfax. In other words, to amend the motion so that it's a vote for Leibowitz and Fairfax, not just for Leibowitz. And so far, it is dying for lack of a second. Which is what I think is going to happen, but that's okay. All right, the question before us is whether it's a vote for Louis Leibowitz. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Margie. Ami, Diane,
I think.
Tina,
Yeah.
I vote aye. It is definitely a vote for Leibowitz. If I had photographs, I would show you guys photographs of some of the votes we've already counted that, you know, that are no more clear than that one.
When I would, well. It might be.
You did. I did as well.
Okay, that's it. Oh my God.
I will say that if anybody ever accuses me of dictating what the board does unilaterally, I will remind them of this vote
Yes.
where I failed to get a second. And I will say, I have independent minded board members. If we agree, it's because we agree. You know,
Back you up on it.
yes. Well, I don't think anyone is going to think that I can tell you what you do.
But you have persuaded me.
I have, but you know,
To
well,
redirect it.
you persuaded me too. So, you know, it happens. That's the whole point of having more than one of us. Oh, you think that's it? You think it's, see, I'm not gonna agree that, I don't think it's based on zodiac sign. Well,
You know, that's not what I'm saying.
well, that's approximately what you're saying. Maybe you're just saying that for, yeah, as I say, maybe you're saying that for entertainment value. Okay. I understand. Okay.
Now they're out. But I know they're out of country. They can still be right here. The city, no, urban counties, that's where they're gonna go out. And it's like.
Just playing. I can add it over to you.
What do we need to do? What do we need to do about our calendar? And here I see it's fours. The rest of them are fours. When you reach fours. I'm gonna say, I need,
Any questions?
rational. Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Right to my co-judge. I just wanted to do some over. Last meeting was. Boy. These are all the boys. Davis. I can't really look at it. You can look at it. Numbers. I think that,
I think it would have to be done there. And I think that kind of defeats the purpose. Right. I mean, I understand, I appreciate the thought. Put a fair amount of time waiting for the balance. Yes. All right, well, I'll think about other ways to speed that up. Yeah, okay, thank you. No. No. Look at the one. You know the other thing? Oh, right. Six. This is right. So. I think we can put some going. Are you going to do it? You're going to have it.
If I touch that, like, cross it off.
So. Right this on. Number trade are spoiled. Yes, well, it's even more so. Because this one is just requesting. I mean. For years. Right. So you are stored. Nope. A lot of people did. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Number 9. Better way, so. This is the one. All right.
Sugar milky.
Yes. Yeah, you just go through this is the part. So. We needed this. You can finish it. How you keep track of us?
Huh?
How you keep track of
I don't. I wish I did.
Let's all March, you'll get lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll need March, when she gets back.
I don't know why I'm sitting.
Nice, thank you. Ways. Few portions versus because they were claiming when presented with evidence change this, which I'm thinking. You know, roughly, has he not thought about this issue with the rest of his life? You know, and then when he ran for president, it took like 5 years, you know, to issue. So to say they can change his views as a result of evidence, very, very generous. Exactly. Senior position. On the road house, three. Sixes. And You already know that, the one here, yeah, it's, Alright, this is. Yep. All the way to. Yes.
Mark, is out there eating.
That's it. Oh, 1:30? Yep.